Hi guys, this is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please like, share, subscribe to my channel. If you haven't done so already, hype it. Give me 2 seconds. There's a lot today that we're gonna get it. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. The last 24 hours has been nothing but in like sadness, like upsetness. We'll get there. But please do the thing. Vote for Freya. If you get anything from my work, a connect down an epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create, please consider looking at the link section underneath the video. You can help me thrive and help me make life happen. And my website, AllyKatCreations211.com, is where you can see all the artwork. I might create something, I don't know, like, holy crap. Uh, all this stuff is on my website, so if you're interested in anything, please email me. I have channel memberships. 4D finally got a video for me yesterday. And thank you to the input. I'm going to try to get some emails out to Miss Ashmaya. I have to figure out how to do that. Because the last one it took me a while to get that in a form that could be shared. Um, Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'll go into what this is in a second. Um, Hi Charlene, hi Ashmaya. Scott's gonna be late, by the way. Um, so my really good friend in New York, my soul sister Katie, um, she literally had to put her cat down today and like, oh my, it's so heavy. And this is like my friend from like New York, my from forever. And it's just it hits here more than anything else that it's my friend and that people take transcension different. And oh my God. Um, she just messaged me this as I was going live. She's like, I had to put my baby down, baby Scarlet. Not a baby, but she was suffering. And we've been going through this energy together for a few years. Like she was there for me when my mom died and Morgan dying and Ethan and so she's been there with me with a lot of loss. Um a lot of loss, and now she's going through it, and it's really hard because it's her baby. She's like me, not married, doesn't have, she's a year older than me. Her mom and dad are not doing that greatest, and I'm very proud of her for doing what she did because I didn't think she was going to do it. But like if I could give an animal a chance not to suffer, I'd prefer that. But I had more news come to me today, transcending energy. So she just literally texted me like I had to put my cat down. I'm like, I'm going live. Oh my gosh. Um, and then a childhood friend of mine that I lived on the same block as me, had a troubling life. Wasn't didn't have the easiest life. Um, Her sister are closer to my age than my friend, and I grew up with these girls. She ended up having children very young in life. She has twins, and a mo close to a 20-year-old, and I don't know what happened to her. She passed over today. Her birthday was the day after mine, and me and her always kind of celebrated together, and I literally dropped my jaw because she was getting clean and things were working in the best favor. Like she was recovering and like life was trying to get back on the right track. And then I don't know how she transcended today, but she transcended. And now, how do you say it's hard on my end because I know what the transcension is. You don't lose anybody, but just for me as a child that lost her dad really young, like that's not easy to explain to children that are growing up, that are old enough to know, like, and now they don't have a mom or a dad. I mean, they have their grandparents, but oh my God, heavy energy today, guys. So Ethan, so honestly, I had two go out naturally. So my first cat, Taffy and Odin, went out naturally. They died without having to be put down. Ethan had to be put down because he was still like he was in a seizure state he didn't come out of. And even though he was still like having a heartbeat and everything, like there was no recovering his brain. It was done. And there's no way I'm gonna let a cat be in that state. So I had to put Ethan down, and Morgan started peeing out blood clots, and it was like not okay, and everything was failing on her, and I just gave her the opportunity to rest. Um, it is very difficult, and I my friend Katie is literally going through a lot of what I went through with my parents. She's going through it now, and she didn't understand anything that I was telling her back when 8 years ago. And now she's like finally like going through the same kind of cycle that I was that back then, and it's not an easy thing. It hits in a spot. To get told earlier in the morning, I see a Facebook post, like a picture that I knew about, and somebody I grew up with. transcending at a very she was 39. She would have been 40. She transcended early. And her sister is like has always been the super aunt and the super amazement. And I can't imagine what she's going through right now because she lost just about everybody in her life. And it's not easy. It really isn't easy. It hits in a spot that no one, as spiritual as I am, I've taken my own losses very lightly because I know they transcend and I know how I could communicate with my animals and my parents, but not everybody has that ability and it just hits a certain way. So yeah, I just got tackled with that. Jesse Blaze Snider has also been messaging me. Um, there's some crazy energy, guys, going on in this world. Crazy energy. What? Like crazy, crazy energy. Happy fire horse. I want to say this correctly. Hang on. No, it's not that one. This is Mandarin. Hang on, guys. I want to say this correctly because I'm actually upset that I forgot how to say this. Gong Hei Fat Choi. Happy New Year to all of you out there. Thank you to my friend Andy, who's half Italian, half Asian, for that. I like we had an eclipse this morning, even though it didn't really hit here in the United States to see energy is like batshit. Betty! I have a sinus infection. Fun times. And then later on in the day, I look at like during my lunch period, like my lunch, little short lunch that I had today, I got that news that my past friend neighbor transcended. And then literally right before I went live, that my friend had to put her cat down. Like, what the fuck is going on? What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, and this is kind of where my friend Katie is like, I don't know how I'm gonna survive without her. And for me, it's not easy. I'm telling her, it took time between when Morgan transcended to when I wanted to adopt Odin and Freya. And now I just have Freya. Um, but here's the thing. We have a shift happening. We've all been shifting. Uh, Spirit corrected me to say not to say ascending anymore. We're all going to ascend, period, end of story. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It that the ascension thing is taken too out of context, but we are shifting. Um, because when you say ascension, there's like a finality that's an undertone in the verbiage. So when I say ascending, like, oh, we're going to 5D, we're going to 6D, we're going here, we're going there, we're going to God. But we do that regardless of whether you're in a physical vehicle or not. Like if my friend today transcended, her energy moved forward into the matrix, and wherever her soul contracted to go, that's where she's going to end up. And I hope it's for healing purposes. I don't know how her transaction of death occurred today, but regardless of how in the manner in which it was orchestrated for today. Um, that's finality in the physical material. She's going to ascend. We all do it on our own time. Um, but Spirit really left that down with the hammer to say, you're shifting, you're not ascending. You're going to get there regardless. You're going there, you're working on it. Everybody's going to get there. In the moment, we're shifting. I'm in a physical body. I'm shifting. I'm not ascending. There's a difference. And they made that abundantly clear to me. So you don't have to agree with Allison's logic or upstairs logic. You don't have to. Just realize that terms do have and hold some meaning. And when misinterpreted, it could be an open bag of dog poo. We don't want to tackle that. You don't want to smell it. No, thank you. Yeah, little Thor and Freya don't get along. Another hesitancy of me wanting to bring him in is he's still like he's so ingrained in the feral stray cat paradigm that I don't know if they could coexist. They fight it out at the window, like they bop the window, like they hiss at each other. Sometimes they don't, and it's lovey bovey and the cutest thing ever. But a lot of the time they don't like each other. And I don't know if it's because he wants to get, tap that tushy, or that, he's really a masculine cat that still has his testosterone and he wants to claim his prize. And she's like, nah, you're not claiming my ass. So I don't know what that's about, but my heart's broken for her. And what's interesting is I did a portrait of her and her cat a while ago. So at least she has a keepsake of that. It is definitely about territory, and Freya is a territorial Carol. She really is. I'm not gonna hold it against Freya. And I'm not gonna hold it against Little Thor. I haven't seen him in the last couple of days, so I don't know if he is A, being taken care of by somebody else as well as me. If he's chasing the ladies out and about. I just know that there's a fuck ton of deer around going around. But I mean the energy in general, it's rough today. And I held myself together in so many ways today. Woo! I mean, I had and to be honest with you guys, um, life is lifing in a very left field way. And the ping from the universe is a very interesting ping. So I was at work when this started happening. I was at work. We're calming down now from that. We're at 7.84. We're still running like the waves of green and yellows and reds. Like even this is pretty rather high. That's the E field. The electric field is also kind of like weird. Plot's kind of normal. But the energies today have been like we have Saturn that entered Aries finally on the 13th. We have the eclipse season. We have a lot of energy going on and a lot of strange behavior from people. A lot of strange behavior. I'm still not sure what I want to paint today. It might be the Ring of Fire. I found a really sweet photo from Antarctica, if it's real. On there, I might look for some more before I tackle a painting. But it might happen. We might do a Ring of Fire painting today on the fire horse. Happy fire horse! Chinese New Year. Death Rattle Shakes, Pantera. Listen to that song today. Such a good song, by the way. Such a good song. So that's been my day. A lot of transcended energy. Just humbled that I am here, alive. Humbled that you guys are here. And just trying to make sense out of the last since Thursday. Trying to make sense. I know that some people have been feeling it, feeling the heaviness of the energy, feeling despotic, depressed, donezo, I'm done. And a lot of people got to the point that I was at a few months ago where I'm just screaming, I'm fucking done. But I will say this. Allison stopped expecting things from the universe. I stopped expecting. I just show up day to day. I'm here and I am literally holding my heart more and more, tuning in, seeing where the echoes of the past is trying to infiltrate and trying to drag me back, and seeing where the rebirth and the movement forward is happening. Um, yeah, I'll get there. Just like water, I don't do water or fire right in my art practice. It's not the way I want it to do. Like how I envision it is not the way it comes out. And that's very frustrating for an artist, to have a vision and like no matter how hard you try or look at different techniques, like I cannot get it the way I want it, and it's so bizarre. I don't know why, but I'm gonna figure it out, and when I do figure it out, it's gonna be great. I agree with you, Charlene. I really do. And I've been tuning my nervous system to, as a human being, we all have expectations of how you want your life to look. And not that it's going to look like that or come to pass like that, but it's like, like the wishful thinking. It's like, oh, I want to escape and I want to go to my fantasy world. And we like being in those places. We like seeing and feeling happy. But those are illusory. They're illusory. Um, with the astrology that I'm entering, with the zodiac and the fire horse, especially shedding the skin, I'm astrologically speaking, a lot of my placements and things are getting rid of the past 30 years of fucked up karma. I literally had been in a cycle for 30 years of nonstop BS. Just showing up to life and not really receiving what I give out energetically, and doing really good deeds and good acts and being righteous and just not ever getting back what I put out into the universe. And sometimes you're never going to get it back. And I had to come to a realization about that. It's rough, and then I had to learn how to not expect and just show up for myself. And since I've been tuning my nervous system and really, really focusing on feeling happy, feeling fulfilled, feeling like the weight of the world is off your shoulders, slowly the pings of the universe are starting to come and show me you are in the right direction. Have faith and use your intuition. I can't ignore my feelings and I can't ignore what my heart says. And I'm a very big person of compassion, and I've had contracts, other people have contracts that you can't escape and you got to play them out. Yeah, and that's and Charlene, that's really the thing I had to step into, especially what happened over the weekend. Um I left field, never in my life. This is like a story that will forever be in my life the rest of my life. There's no forgetting what happened over the weekend. I'm not going to go into great detail. I'm just to say that I had a really good Valentine's Day. It came out of left field, field, left. Like the ball was hit out of the stadium to the very far left. And when I say left field, that's just my meaning of I wasn't expecting it. That was way out of my radar, and I just showed up and it happened. That was very left field for me. And what it showed me, in essence, was I didn't feel that a specific person had any kind of love for me. I thought it was surface level, just saying it to say it to satisfy my feelings. And when you put something out there and that person sits there and contemplates it and goes, well, no, she is worth it and she is what I want and what I desire and what I want to move forward with my life with, and really like takes all of that into consideration, I am not an easy person to be with. And I am somebody that you need patience with and a lot of it. If he's watching, he's probably laughing his ass off right now. But it's the truth. I'm not an easy person to coexist with. And that's just because I'm an empath. I mean, I'm not alone in feeling this. A lot of other people do feel the same way. Like when you're very spiritual and you're very out, you live up there and you're not really grounded down here. Like you're not living in La Da land, but you're also not grounded to earth and you're not looking at the game the same way as someone else. Yeah, and I have my boundaries still up. My boundaries are not being replaced by any stretch of the imagination. A lot of people did message me and because they kind of got through my lingo of like being DL'd on it, but I did post some pictures of my weekend and I was very, very taken aback and surprised. Um, I know what I'm worth, and maybe 6 months ago, I knew what I had. I know what my worth was, but I wasn't feeling that I was worthy. I wasn't feeling valued. I wasn't feeling respected. And from a materialist point of view, the 3D person that enters my life is only looking at the materialistic side of things. They're not looking at the spiritual aspects of things. Well, Allison is in financial crisis. Everything's collapsing around her. Why would I want to be with somebody that can't provide for themselves? Why should I be with somebody that hasn't ever gotten any further than this? Right? And that's a real deal, realistic thinking that people do think, and that's okay. And that was an undertone in my own programming that I had to overcome. When you tune in your nervous system and you've been programmed, you're stupid, you're not worthy, you're never going to make it in this world. We want to fight those things and overcome them. I know one of my friends that is an earth angel to me, who gave my mother 2 weeks more of life. People said, you're never going to become a doctor. You're not going to become what you want because that's so far out of stretch for you. You know what? That girl found a way. She couldn't go to med school in the United States. She couldn't afford the shit. But you know what she did do? She moved to Ireland and got her education for free. And then she moved back to the United States with her doctor degree. And then she took her presidency in the hospital that my mom just decided she didn't want to go where my dad passed. She went where she went in the ghetto hospital, but that's where my friend was, and my friend bought us 2 more weeks of her living. Freaking phenomenal. I You never know. You never know what someone is in your life for. You never know why someone is in your life, and sometimes it does take a while to realize the value and the worth that someone brings to your life. I might not have what a normal third dimensional person wants in a female. Right now, I am struggling in every facet of a third dimensional life that you can think of. I'm not letting it bother me. I'm showing up. I wake up happy. I have Freya purring on me, and I'm putting my good faith forward that Freya wins the contest. I don't know where she's sitting at. I gotta look. She's currently in sixth place. I'm going to share the screen with everybody. She's in the quarterfinals. Freya is currently in sixth place. I don't know the other cats who are there, but whether she wins or loses, she got this far, and I never gotten far in any of these big contest things ever. Something within me told me to go and just try. It doesn't hurt me and it doesn't hurt her in any way if we win or lose. It's just the act of wow. In the meantime, people that are paying for votes are helping cats and dogs and animals. That's really important for me. So why not? So we're gonna, with the help of everybody watching and the help of everybody on my social medias, please vote for Freya. Um, however long and however far she gets, it's a blessing to know that I have a lot of people there willing to help me out, and it's beautiful. So thank you. You know, somewhere in the dichotomy of this universe, something has to give in my life. And so far, reconciling and talking the last 2 days was a lot of talking, was a lot of introspecting, a lot of reflection, a lot of, okay, like I didn't show up in this way, you didn't show up in that way, and we gotta come together and we gotta figure this out. You know, so if this is the person that I'm meant to be with, it's a blessing. But I also want to be able to be independent as well. I'm not there yet. I mean, I'm independent right now. I'm living. I'm showing up every day alive. But my life can be way better, and a lot of things that I could do for people can be way better. The win for Freya is not just a win for me. I'd be able to help Buckshot a little bit. I'd be able to help Bob a little bit. My focus was Little Thor. And it still is, because I'm sure he's not being tested for parasites and for other things that could go wrong with him being an outdoor cat. Like, I would want him to be treated and get back to best in any way, shape, or form. And I'm willing to do that. Not only just helping myself, because I do not want to have to lose my home to the government, because these property taxes that I cannot afford are still lingering over my head, and the amount just keeps going up, and I can't afford it. So they could kick me out of my house tomorrow. I'm not putting that out there, but I'm just saying that's a reality I face. So there's a few things before I am looking still to do the Ring of Fire painting. We'll get there. But I've been doing these little clips of what the energy is like, because I know a bunch of us are being affected in different ways. We all have encompass a different chart. I'm not an astrologer, but I know how to read the energies really well. And a lot of these resonated with me. So I want to go and read some of these with you before I do some crafting. So today, a Ring of Fire eclipse in Aquarius is acting as a total system override, forcing a sudden and intense realignment between our current trajectory and the destined path our souls are meant to walk. An annular eclipse leaves a blazing halo visible, mirroring the energy that is burning through our lives. The outdated version of ourselves is now fading as Uranus, the planet of abrupt awakenings, ignites a tense cosmic dance with this eclipse, impacting our nervous system and identity. If you have been in survival mode, this is an entire recalibration, and I'm there. I'm in that recalibration as we speak. This energy is here to help you detach and release anything that feels draining, restrictive, or confining. People and situations that are misaligned are being eclipsed out of our lives with prophetic timing to ensure we are free to be our true, unique selves. Dimming the light within to accommodate old energies is no longer an option. The window between now and March 3rd, lunar eclipse, is a phase where timelines are shifting rapidly and the fabric of our reality is reshuffling. In this life-altering portal, expect the unexpected, for the universe is conspiring with lightning speed to collapse outdated patterns and create a new energetic template. Many doors that were inaccessible before are opening. Anything can snap into divine alignment. Trust in the dismantling, surrender to change, and allow this chapter to expand your consciousness into realms far beyond anything imaginable. Interestingly enough, Maureen's birthday is March 2nd. So what I find interesting about this energy that I've been recalibrating my nervous system for a better amount of 3 months, and I'm starting to see the results. And I, in my own change, have not, I'm living more in the now than I am in any other. I'm not future forward thinking so much anymore. Yes, there is examples that I could say, yeah, I was future forecasting a little bit. More out of entertainment purposes only for my brain, but I just been showing up, feeling in the moment, recalibrating, really seeing what is worthy and what is not worthy. And what I'm coming to terms with is like, I absolutely need a new job with children. I just don't know where and what. And I'm hoping the universe hears me on this. Please open up a door, give me an insight, an epiphany to how to move forward in how to help the children. And not to say I don't want to work at my school. It's not paying my bills. and I can't afford to go back to school right now. I can't get a loan. I've been looking for loans for a while now, and I just get tripped up. I'm not a financial person. That's not my life path number, I think, is 7. I think. I think. Oh, I think it's 5. Could be 5, my life path number. Hang on, I'm gonna look this up. I'm a freedom seeker. If I'm a 5, I'm a freedom seeker, adventurer, driven by a deep desire for versatility, change, and personal liberty. I mean, I fit a lot of these traits, but let me just see. No. Okay. I did it right. I did it right. So what you want to do with your life path number, if you're interested in this and you like the numerology, is you are adding, like for me, I'm 4 plus 1 plus 6 plus 1 plus 9 plus 8 plus 3, it equals 32. 3 plus 2 equals 5. So I'm a life path 5. And 5 does nothing in the financial realm. It's all about adventure. Um, I'll go back to that. I will go back to what a life path 5 is. So I'm 32, which is 3 plus 2. You want it to be between 1 and 9. Hi, Scott. Oh, I'm definitely doing that, girl. So life path 5, it represents the freedom seeker, and adventurer driven by a deep desire for versatility, change, and personal liberty. Individuals with this path are energetic, curious, adaptable, thriving on new experiences and risk taking. I don't know. They are natural explorers who learn through trial and error. Yes, that's me. Often embracing unconventional lifestyles. That's also me. They're easily adjust to changing circumstances, that I can agree with, making them versatile and resilient. They crave variety and new experiences, often seeking travel or unconventional paths. They're willing to take chances and embrace the unknown. They often possess a vibrant, high energy, and charismatic personality. So they thrive in roles that offer variety, travel, and freedom, such as sales, marketing, travel, or communication. They are less suited for rigid 9 to 5 desk jobs. They need partners who respect their need for space and adventure. Yes, I need space. And thankfully so does he, which is great. We're both empaths. He kind of knows that we need our space. And I did not light my candle. Because I am painting, I didn't want to light a candle, but I need one. They are generally compatible with numbers that appreciate freedom, but may struggle with those requiring intense structure, according to some website. Their impulsiveness and fear of commitment can lead to instability not managed. The journey of a 5, if you are a 5, you're on me, is to learn the true freedom comes from within. By adapting to life's constraint shifts rather than being overwhelmed by them. Yeah, and Charlene, I totally did because Friday night I could have taken someone's life and I didn't. Um, those that know the story a little bit, I didn't go into detail, but when I think he finally realized that what his feelings were for me, and that the nuanced crap that we were, and not to say and not to dismiss like what I felt and what I was going through was not easy, and I just need somebody to be there for me. And he took it in another direction and perceived it from a different lens that I kind of thought he would, but didn't expect. There's an expect someone that loves me should show up for me, and at least if they can't help me out like materially, just be supportive. And I didn't have that and I didn't feel it. And it really upset me. And I think once he came to the realization of how he truly felt about me, he was not giving me up, and he claimed his lady on Friday. But I could have taken him out and I wouldn't have, but the what happened Friday was so left field and bananas. And then we spent we're up half the night crying and talking and going through what was the freaking issues. That's not the end all be all, but I will say I had a very nice Valentine's Day. We were gonna go into Chicago. He wanted to take me to look at art. And then when I looked at the prices of like between parking and going to the museum, and it wasn't like a special exhibit, it was just to go. I've been to museums half my life. I went to art school. I lived in them. Unless there's an exhibition that I really want to see, like I'm not spending that kind of money to, yes, I would love to have experiences, but I'd rather have valuable time with somebody. And we did end up going to a park and going for a walk. I love walking and I love going to the park. So that two best things. Um, we did more talking there. We went out to eat to a really freaking amazing place that's really close to his house, that's off the water. Um, tattoo stuff everywhere, freaky stuff everywhere. It was up my alley, loved it. And just overall he got me a card. I never get cards. Rare event that a man writes me a card. He wrote me a card. So it was heartfelt. Guy, I don't know. I'm not here to judge Scott, but Scott, I think, is tapped into what females would like. But most men, I don't know. I'm not generalizing. I don't like to do that. But most men don't take the time to write out a card. Ladies, you might, I don't know what you've experienced. I would love to know your perspective. Um, but I've never had a man like, it wasn't that much, but it was poetry. It was short and sweet. And for him, I think that's a big thing. But writing your name to blah and then from love you blah, that to me doesn't show effort unless the card is that profoundly worded that it like you don't need anything besides that. Let me know. I'm interested. What's your opinions? Anybody? Anybody? So hi everybody in the background. Please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype to my channel. I appreciate that. I really do. So ooh, hi. My screen wasn't on Zoom. Chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck, chicken. A little better. Chicken buck buck. Chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck. Woo woo, chicken, 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 chicken. Yeah, and I understand that, Charlene, but like it's from my perspective, like I haven't been in that many relationships, but like I never really had a man show up for me the way I anticipate a man to show up. And I don't say expect. Like in a card, you know, some guys will be like, "Oh, here's some cards and some roses." I didn't get roses. I didn't get flowers. But that's okay. I like experiences. I like to have memories. I like to be appreciated in the way that a woman should be appreciated. And it doesn't need to cost much to do those things. I'm not a materialistic person expecting a freaking Vegas vacation and everything has to be high profiled. I'm not expecting that. I just want to have a good time and I've been tired. My body's recalibrating. I don't want overexcitement. I don't want to be in crowds of people. I just want quiet and peace and grounding. And I like to be surprised. I mean, Friday I was surprised. I was not expecting that at all. Not expecting it. And there are people out there. I don't want anybody being jealous because I've gotten, you know, like how do you do it? I'm like my life is not perfect. And it's not a and like if you're not happy with yourself, how are you going to be happy with another person? You're not. Sorry. Hate to break that to you. If you are not happy by yourself, and it is hard, I had a private convo. Excuse me. Oh, where is this picture here? Okay, I gotta put it here. I had a private conversation with Jesse because he's been struggling. Sorry guys, I am managing like 50 million things on my desktop. All right, I have to reorganize things because I want to get the coloring right on this little ring of fire painting. I mean, it's not even about the yeah, and Scott, at least you wrote them. You know, I know a man as much as a woman does wants to feel love, wants to feel respected, wants to feel valued and that they have worth in someone's life. And when that becomes, there's my ears. When that becomes a rarity, and we see this now in this generation moving on up, it's so surface level. And I don't, and going back to Schopenhauer and going back to, you know, what do we want for ourselves in this reality, but what do we want to co-create? That's one thing I would add into the social human construct that I really want to impede on is you might not agree with everything. I don't want somebody that is exactly into everything that I'm into. I don't want that. You know, when I go on the online dating stuff and I'm into heavy metal, but I can listen to a whole plethora of music. That's just a preference of mine. That's not an end all, that's not a game ending thing for me that someone listens to something super outside of the realm of what I know. But like I don't want everybody being the same. I don't want to date the person that's an artist. I don't want to be around another artist. If they are creative, that's fine, but I need contrast in my life and that I think a lot of us need that. That might work. We'll see. I mean, no one's relationship, no one's marriage, no one's connection is perfect and it never will be. It's finding strategies of how to circumnavigate the problems. Oh. Batty! Batshit crazy, batshit crazy, batshit crazy, batshit crazy. It's Batty. And my little dinky canvas. I'm running out of canvas, by the way. I did want to do more on the can structure that I was making. We shall see. Yeah, I really like the little things that people do for me, I take into like account. I like to laugh, I like to cuddle, I like to just have time with somebody. It doesn't need to be, you know, some women expect to be wined and dined and taken out and giving gifts, and I'm not one for that. Um, I like to give. I'm a giver. But no one, I don't like the expectation that that's a social norm that we should be carrying into the shift. Hi, guys. I wasn't anticipating on painting today, by the way. But how can I not? It's the fire horse. Ring of Fire. We're going to get more into that stuff in a little bit. I want to at least get my background done. And if you are crafting with me, what are you doing today? I don't announce anymore the crafts that I do or whatever, only because I don't know. I fell into the burning rain of fire. And it burns, burns, burns. No, I. Jeez Louises. I mean, the good thing is I didn't lose my voice and it's wanting to come up. Getting the sky the way I want it is not working in my favor. Just saying. Just saying. But we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Oh, that's awesome. What I want to achieve color-wise, I'm not getting there. I'm not getting there. Blend the color. Blend, blend, blend. Blend the color. All right. I blended. We'll wait for that to dry. Hi. Hi, everybody. Pinky! It's a flamingo. A mighty flamingo. Hi, you sexy people. How are you feeling with all this energy happening? How you feeling? My phone is overloaded with nonsense. Holy crap. So we did have a spike earlier. I was at work for this spike. I was at work for that one. That was a mighty spike. It was mighty. Chicken! Buck, buck, buck! I wear my watch now like an assassin, by the way. So thanks all for watching. I am going to go over some interesting stuff today. I am painting the Ring of Fire from Antarctica. Because that's where it was. We didn't get to see it over here. So I always post these if I see them before I am starting work. You're at this turning point where things are actually beginning to materialize for you. It used to be that you'd get really close, but could never actually cross the bridge. Yes. But now it's like one bridge after the next. There is something new about your nature. You're stepping into a higher role. And you're perfectly ready for all the things you've been asking for. Let's get it. Hi, disabled Army veteran. That's awesome. So this was a really good message. I love source message, and there was a period in my life that it really wasn't applying to me. But obviously, this is for the general population of humanity, and not everybody's going to resonate with these sayings. But I'm starting to see this happen in my own life where, you know, I wasn't expecting a relationship or the one that I was out of 3 months to come back into my paradigm. I wasn't expecting it. Um, though there is a connection soul-wise that I have that I can't ignore, and my intuition just kept like, just let it go and see where it flows. And I did. And and then this weekend happened. Growth requires discomfort. It does. Growth rarely feels comfortable in the beginning. Today is a reminder that discomfort does not always mean something is wrong. Sometimes it means something is changing. Growth asks you to step outside familiar patterns and beliefs that you could feel uncertain and unsettling. You don't need to rush the process or force clarity. You simply need to stay open. Discomfort often appears just before expansion. Trust that you are capable of navigating unfamiliar territory. What feels challenging today may feel empowering tomorrow. Allow yourself to move through change with patience instead of resistance. And what we don't realize is we talked about the change for months, maybe years here. And I guess I've always jumped into the anticipation of excitement for my changes because I didn't know what they were navigating me into. I didn't know where to go, how to, like, I seriously lived in New York just about my entire life. Wasn't born in New York. I was born in Georgia, adopted, brought to New York, and lived there my whole life, never really traveling or getting around in the world. And then I was made to make a very difficult decision in just upping my life and moving somewhere that I'd never been before. And I did it with a lot of risk, I just did the fool's journey. I took the leap off the cliff and trusted fate and had faith in God, myself, and that the universe was going to steer me in the right directions. Has my life been a fucking bowl of roses and a vase of roses? No. Far from it. Very far from it. But it has helped me mature and come in and grow. Hi, Ricky R. I'm going to learn everybody's names. So, you know what was interesting that Marine will entertain? The spiritual stuff, it's not that he's not spiritual, he is, but it's from a third dimensional standpoint. And that's okay. I'm okay with that. I got to talk to Alexa. So he has a lot of smart devices. He's very techy, very, very smart with that. Very smart. And his whole house is like he could talk to Siri and turn lights off. So I can't do that. I refuse to do that. But I entertain it for him. So his kitchen Alexa is not the same Alexa that's in his bedroom. Because Alexa and Siri, like, do the lights and do this. And he just said, hey, Siri, can you turn this on? And it turns on, right? It's kind of cool. South Alabama. I'm originally from Albany, Georgia, Southwest Georgia. That's where I was born. And I then got be moving on up to Yankee land of New York City. So Marine's like, watch this. He asked Alexa a question, and it was like basic Alexa in the kitchen. And then we go to the bedroom, and he talks to Alexa, and she's some like asshole. Alexa was being sarcastic and not the nicest version of AI I've ever heard. So he started asking some questions, and he's like, I'm gonna let my girl talk. And I started questioning everything. And my gosh, that bitch, I had a big argument with her. It was great. I wish I would have recorded it. I really did. Because what I was like expanding on was quantum mechanics with the spirituality and asking what if questions. So I asked about a quantum field theory and then the many worlds interpretation. And then Marine is all about the moon and the rover and the new like space shuttle mission there. And then I postulated to Alexa, I'm like, well, in the branching of reality that I'm perceiving, we have a firmament and there is no such term as outer space. And this is my perspective because this is the one I viewed in superposition, and this is the one that I am thinking about. My thoughts create things. So I was like looping this AI and it was phenomenal. And I said he has every valid point of thinking that there is a spaceship going into outer space to see planets based on his perspective and his knowing of his reality that he's co-creating with me. There's no right or wrong based off the fact that if your thoughts create things in one reality, there is outer space outside of the firmament. There is no firmament. It's just the way they told you the planet is constructed. And then for many of us, religious or not, I do believe that there is a structure like firmament that is containing us. The law of one says that we are in quarantine for a reason. How are we then quarantined? And then you look at the Nos Confunden maps, you look at the Aryans and the Kali Yugas, and the Aryans are here, and Saturn is the sun over here, and Jupiter is the sun over here, and Mercury is the sun over there. And it's just different cycles, but different land masses and different densities of expression. So you could perceive your reality in so many different facets. It all exists. In the branching of reality, you are. Oh, look, it's spam. It's a spam number from North Dakota. I don't know anybody in North Dakota. I know some people in South Dakota. So I found that very rather highly interesting. I had a debate with Alexa and I had her twisted and perplexed and being a hypocrite all up and down. She did not know how to answer me. And then basic third dimensional style. Well, that's a theoretical thing. It hasn't been proven. So it's third dimension. Very 3D. But it was entertaining, to say the least. This is also the energy. What is going on with my phone? This is also very interesting for today, being that there's so much energy going on. February 17th. Every touch, every space, and every interaction carries energy, some light, some heavy, some unseen. Today reminds you to honor what you absorb, to recognize that even casual contact can carry vibrations that influence your well-being. Awareness is not paranoia, it's sovereignty over your mind, body, and soul. Oh, Charlene, don't think the next time that we get into that, we're doing it. I'm doing it. We were literally talking to Alexa for almost an hour. It was quite insightful. People, places, and objects can hold tension, fear, or negativity, whether intentional or not. A handshake, a borrowed item, or a prolonged presence in a charged environment may subtly transfer what you do not wish to carry. This day teaches discernment. Observe, filter, and release what does not serve you. Ground yourself before touching, before entering spaces, before lending your energy to others. Cleansing rituals, mindfulness, and conscious intention act as shields, preserving your clarity and vitality. Awareness is your most underrated power. It allows you to navigate the world without becoming its victim. Protect what you carry, and you protect your trajectory, your creativity, and your peace. Energy respected returns respect. Energy neglected returns chaos. Today, move through life with the precision of someone who understands the invisible currents shaping every moment. What? If you want to speak truth, that's right there. It's really funny though, because Maureen entertains some of the things that I say. More as a postulate than as an actuality. And I'm not asking him to see the version of reality that I'm seeing. I don't expect anybody to. That's for me to observe, no one else. But it's quite interesting to see the level of questioning I asked it, and like his the look on his face, like he doubts it, and then Alexa will come back with actually something that supports what I'm saying. Charlene, he is so programmed. In some ways, it's so cute and adorable how programmed he is, and then at other times, like, because it causes friction. Because I mean, to a normal everyday, sorry, I did take stuff. Third dimensional person, like, I'm batshit out there crazy. I am. Hang on, I have to blow my nose. I'm batshit. Even though it's very late. Right before I came on, I was eating my dinner lunch, and I happened to pop on a video about how people that followed a 17th letter of the alphabet, that they're owed an apology. Because a lot of what we were saying, more people are now discovering that it wasn't so far from what they were saying. A lot of us did the work. And we have to understand, though, humanity got already fear porned during that era 6 years ago. Everybody was under a spell. And that was about the time that a lot of us took the time to go inside and get our epiphanies and like elevate our consciousness more so than what it already was. Mind you. Then we come to it's a little too soon to release the things that a lot of us were taking interest in, because people were still in that dichotomy of CNN syndrome and allowing the world to dictate to them how to feel. they weren't going to let you in on the big file secret. And many of us had started with the pizza nonsense and with other things that we already knew about, not in every intricacy, but we knew enough, and we spoke our minds and we seeded our truths here and there very carefully. And now, how many years later? Maybe I wasn't so tinfoiled after all. Well, Charlene, I come to terms with that. I'm rather quite normal and vanilla. Compared to a lot of people in this world, I am very normal. Very normal. Oh my gosh, very normal. I might appear a little cray cray, but I'm rather seated in normalcy. I just think very abstractly, but I also do a lot of research, a lot of reading, and a lot of like putting the puzzle pieces together. And I think a lot of us are in that same boat where we just see the world a little differently from everybody else, and we don't allow television and what other people say to really take effect on how we perceive the universe. And it's just a very interesting dynamic, to say the least. That is semi almost dry. I just checked. That's not dry yet. So we have here, I'm going to share screen again. February 17th, a cycle that organized your life around survival and endurance is cosmically coming to a close. The shedding isn't in progress anymore. It's complete. What needed to fall away already has. What emerges now isn't more hopeful you, it's more grounded one, more embodied, less negotiable, no longer available for old patterns, old dynamics, or old compromises. You're at the beginning of a chapter that doesn't answer to the past. Not because the past is gone, but because it no longer has authority. What's ahead isn't built from pressure or proving. It's built from clarity about what you no longer willing to carry. The momentum now comes from alignment, not urgency. What's opening is bigger than what the old version of you could have planned. Not louder, not frantic, not forced, cleaner, truer, more exact. This isn't about imagining what's possible. It's about stepping into what's finally available. Stay focused, not because you might lose it, because you're ready to live it. What unfolds now reveals the path that was already yours to walk. I love spiritual cachet. I love this. So as I'm reading these, we are really figuring out like the snake, the year of the snake is done. We shedded those skins. That's not to say that things are still not going to fall out of your life that no longer serves you, but a lot of that already occurred, and what is staying is meant to be to an extent. As I'm tuning for myself, the social sphere, the people, places, not really places just yet, but the people, especially people in my life that no longer served me, are out. And what this means for Marine and myself is I put it like this to him. I don't want to live in the past. Like we had our problems. We definitely had some issues, but I don't want my past or your past to dictate the future of our relationship moving forward. I want to kind of clean slate it and say, like, I'm showing up as a new version of myself. I'm showing up still in recalibration, still redefining, still in the early stages of my book. I'm still developing my new character personality, the new Allison, right? Not from the old self, not from the old patterns, not from the old. So that does take time. And that's I'm explaining this for a lot of you that are going through very similar, that you're redeveloping yourself, that higher version of self that you chose, you're merging with it. And it's not going to be pretty. You're going to fall back into some shit. But what I want to do is walk from it from a perspective of, oh, that book ended. And now we're on a new book. I don't want to read the same book. I wanted to pick up with better nuances, with the hero story. We've already been through the crap in the hardships and the trials and tribulations. Now this book is all about like the happy ever after. I'm a very big proponent of giving forgiveness. And that's one of the reasons why I have my boundaries up, but I am forgiving for people are always in the spots where they have still programming to shed. We're all still up and coming in the human scale of things. We are always forever growing and molding and shifting into a better version of self. You can't just scrap somebody because the it wasn't major shit that me and him had to take a break. It looked that way and it felt that way, but if you really look back on it, it was stupid. But not so much. But talking and getting some things out of the way, like now it's time to show each other that we can show up for each other in the ways that we need it and just grow and learn as we go along with no and for me, I'm not expecting it. I got this cool hoodie sent to me. I feel very druidic, even though it's Norse. Okay, so that's the sigil of, I want to say Vegasphere. I That's the compass. That's the sigil in my eyes from what I have all over my house is the compass. I rather the Helm of Va. I like that better. The Helm of Va is the sigil of warriors and being protected by Odin. That's on my ring. But yes, I feel very druidic. Hey, okay, it's almost dry. Almost dry. We're gonna try something. Because I really should be doing mountains with a palette knife. I'm gonna try a fan brush. We're going to go with the flow. As I got paint all over my finger. We're going with the flow. Oh, it's definitely Viking. This is all Viking. I'm a Viking. Miss Scandinavia right here. I need some more blue. Sacre bleu. I do try to craft on Craft&Sip. I do. I try. Have a good night, Charlene. We love you. Don't forget to vote for Freya. She's in 6th place. So sad. I feel like Bob Ross all of a sudden. Don't ask me why I feel like Bob Ross. I just don't have a palette knife. I turned into the burning rain of fire and burn, burn, burns. Sorry, I'm quiet. Trying to get some color in here. I know, it does. I don't mean to do that, but it's all necessary, as upstairs says. It's all necessary. I'm not really going based off of what I'm just I have a picture that I'm going off of reference point. It's not Bob Ross-ish, but it's there. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this Ring of Fire, by the way. Trying to think about it. How I want to Zen flow. Just for you guys to see where I'm coming from. So I am not trying to duplicate someone's artwork because that's a photograph, whether AI or simulated. I don't like to make anything look the same. That is never ever, even though I am a hyper realistic drawer, I draw that way. I don't like to paint that way because that's not cool. So what I do as an artist is I take an image and make it my own. Because even if it's a photograph and you're painting it, you want to have your own identity in your artwork, even if you're copying or looking at something for a reference point. I don't like the notion that people go out there and steal other people's stuff and identify it as this is mine. Hi. I think I have a lot of spirit here with me today. Chicken buck buck, chicken chicken chicken, chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck, chicken buck buck, chicken. Not here to cause a heart attack, but it's chicken. Welcome to Chinese New Year. Chinese New Year. We got the fire horse coming in with the blaze of glory. Fire horse. I know, I'm silly. I know. I'm not trying to tune in. I do that more on Friday than I do it on here. So I just added more of a dynamic in the cloudage using a fan brush. So we're getting there. I want that to dry a little bit before I focus on possibly fucking up. Because I have a habit of doing that. Now back to fire eclipse, the ring of fire eclipse, the high frequency soul reset. Soul reset. The ring of fire eclipse in Aquarius on February 17th is a total system override, forcing a realignment between your current trajectory and your destined path. An annular eclipse leaves a blazing halo visible, mirroring your life right now. The old version of you is fading while the new is burning bright. This eclipse is locked in a tense clash with Uranus, impacting your connections and identity. Uranus rules the nervous system. And if you've been living in survival mode, this is an entire reset. The energy helps you emotionally detach and release anything that feels restrictive or exhausting to carry. People and situations are being eclipsed in or out of your field with prophetic timing to ensure you are free to be your authentic, unique self. You are no longer dimming your light to make others comfortable. Between now and March 3rd, lunar eclipse, expect the unexpected because the universe is moving at lightning speed to collapse old timelines. This is a life-altering window where anything can happen at any moment to snap your reality into its rightful place. Trust the process, as this chapter is designed to elevate you far beyond anything you previously considered possible. I want to say amen after that. Would that be a wrong thing to do? Sorry, I have to do another condolence post. Oh my. Oh my gosh. Poor child. Mm. My gosh. Sorry, guys. If you weren't here in the beginning, as I was going live, my soul sister from New York, her cat had to be put down this morning. And that was true. I actually did a portrait of her and her baby. It's on my website. Um, she's devastated. She has a very similar life that I do, not married. She's going through what I went through 8 years ago with her parents, and her cat was her everything, and it was very difficult for her. So I was navigating that as we were going live. And then this morning I was looking through Facebook, and a childhood friend that I grew up with, obviously I'm a lot older than her, transcended today, I think. And it's devastating because she had some very, very rough points and spots in her life. She has three beautiful children that are older, and I remember them being born, and it's, like, it's not, transcension is not, for me, the hardest part. The hardest part for most people is living without that essence, that presence. Even though they're there energetically in the spirit land, it's not the same in physicality. And it is hard. And to think about what her girls already had to go through, because they don't have a dad either. Obviously, my friend's mom and dad adopted her children, so they don't have her last name. But still, oh, that hits. That hits. And it's devastating, and it hurts. You don't want to see anybody that's so young in life transcend so early. After, like, making it out of bad, difficult spots. Like, you don't ever, like, someone that's overcome so much recovery, for her instance, and like trying to get her life back on track, and things are starting to just like navigate themselves in a better direction. And then I don't know what happened, but my heart really does go out to her family and to her soul. I hope you have a lot of healing. Oh, and then tomorrow, oh no, not tomorrow, Thursday, we have tornado season happening up here in Northwest Indiana. Severe weather. I'm not in the severe tornado weathery part just yet, but it's that season. Not, not the ring of fire. I fell into the burning rain of fire. And it burns. The ring of fire. This might take me a bit to get this color down. To say the least, I'm gonna need new paint soon. Micro mini. I fell into a burning ring of fire. It burns. This is not an easy color to get. This is not an easy color to get. Yeah, so like today's been like a lot of death. It sort of looks like a circle. Sort of. We're gonna get there. I have to work on it like this, or else I'm gonna. So I hope everybody's having a good Chinese New Year, solar eclipse, Solar eclipse of the heart. You're feeling the changes going on? Energies are wonky. We had a lot of light spikes earlier. I fell into the burning ring of fire. Just a lot of energy. Hi, how is everybody? Definitely got some spirit here tonight. You guys will see what I'm doing in a second. So I don't want it to look pink. It doesn't really look circle. It sort of looks like a circle, but it's not perfect. That's not what I'm anticipating. You guys are quiet. So I'm taking this based off a picture from Antarctica. I fell into the burning rain of fire. I get quiet when I'm focusing, so I do apologize, everybody. I'll be back. I'll be there in a little bit. I'm getting these little rays from the sun onto my painting. I might have to go back over that. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. This is a really cool picture. New moon! New moon! Lunar year, solar eclipse blessings. May the fire horse awaken courage within. May the eclipse clear the path ahead. May the new moon whisper truth into the heart. May Neptune's light reveal the dream, and Saturn flame ground purpose. May Venus and Mercury weave love through every word. May this year be one of freedom, creation, and radiant becoming. And may your soul ride forward, fearless, wise, and free. Thank you, Scott. Interesting. Interesting. Here's another one. Today's fury, momentum, and eclipse energy are amplifying what you are ready to receive. You don't have to push, just align as you soothe your system and follow what feels a little lighter, a little more exciting. You allow the path to reveal itself. This is a rewarding day for trusting your inner guidance and letting life meet you where you are in vibration. Oh, yes. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna find something, but I'm gonna mute myself for a few seconds. I got a message I have to listen to. Hang on. I'll be right back. I'm right here. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. I had to listen to that because I didn't know if there was an importance to the message that I just received or not. Not really. Um, Men. I posted this yesterday for a few people, and I want to read it to you guys. I think it's very important. Integration fatigue, making the shift. Right now, the body is integrating a deep purge of old timelines and patterns that no longer fit where you are headed. This kind of clearing is not just emotional or mental, it's cellular. Your system is recalibrating to hold more light and a higher frequency, and that can feel like an energetic collapse. Muscles may feel heavy, your mind slower, and rest might be the only thing your body craves. This exhaustion is not a setback, it's a sign that you are releasing more than you realize. Lifetimes of patterns, old soul contracts, and outdated energetic imprints are being rewritten. Your nervous system is working overtime to stabilize this new state, which is why you sleep. Hydration and stillness are essential right now. Thank you, Ashmaya. I'll leave that closer to the screen over there. Um, I sent that to Jesse, and I thought more people needed to read that because there have been moments in the last couple of weeks that I have gotten home and literally ate and crashed. Like, didn't realize that I actually fell asleep. I would just lay down and close my eyes for a little bit to meditate, and I'm out. Um, give yourself some grace. You really are recalibrating and releasing a lot out of your system. And there's a lot of confusion in the energy at this moment in time because most of us already did a lot of that clearing, but we're getting the last remnants of that clearing happening now as a new form, the new beginning, the new, all that newness of being is being integrated in the now moment. And it's been integrating. Just because it's a day that all this energy is accumulating to doesn't mean that there isn't a working up to this energy. Um, and there are many people that have not done the purge just yet, or they're in the beginning stages or the middle stages of the purge. Everybody's on different timelines. Everybody's experiencing a different time continuum. So I thought that was very needed up there because we're all going through it at different stages and different intervals. I know for myself, the contract stuff, like I ripped up a lot of that. What Allison really wanted to do with the circle was get a bottle cap and like imprint it, but I don't have one the size that I wanted it. I was thinking about where like how could I do this? So I just freehanded a circle. Should I have used a compass? I don't have one. I thought I did. I was looking for a bunch of stuff because I wanted to do a darker version. But when I saw that picture today from Antarctica and the snow and the softness and the sky wasn't black, I actually enjoyed that more. It's like a grayish purple with blue tones in it. So I like that, and I'm just taking and capturing some scenery from that. But I actually can't complain about my circle so much as my other shapes. Circles I can pretty nail much most of the way. But the sun is just a conscious being. Um, we're shifting into seasons. We're still in winter. This is the third fall spring that we've had. We're probably going to get snow again. I'm most assured of that. But I'm taking in the beautiful 60-degree weather that's up here. I'm enjoying it. This is why I wore this today because it's a light it's like a light little, it's not a hoodie, but it's like a light little sweater jacket thingy that zips in the front. I and I like the hood because the hood actually comes down. I look mysterious. I look occulty. Sinus infection. Gotta love that. Okay, we got a quantum cookie here. Oh boy! But didn't you want snow, Scott? Oh, tomorrow I'm gonna have like so today's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday I'm gonna have really crazy weather. I'm hoping that I don't lose power. I'm knock on the table here. Give me a second, guys. I'm tired. I'm not as tired because I did get sleep last night. Are you guys ready? Sorry, there's a lot of going on right now, energy wise. Two transcending, one an animal, one a person, and people that I know and are being affected. I'm trying to multitask with. Are you okay? My condolences. You know, sorry about that, guys. Whirlwind of a day, for sure. Quantum physics explains that whatever is observed is influenced by the one observing it. This concept from science holds remarkable significance and implies that truth varies from person to person because you create your reality. Since everyone contributes to creating their own perception of reality. In the microscopic world, measuring something does not simply reveal what is there. The very act of observing can influence the outcome. That discovery shook the foundation of classical thinking. For centuries, people believed the universe behaved like a machine, running the same way whether anyone looked or not. But experiments show that at tiny scales, reality responds to interaction. This does not mean that we magically control the universe with our thoughts. It means that interaction matters. The tools we use, the questions we ask, and the way we measure can shape the results we get. Observation is not passive. It is a relationship between the observer and the observed. There is something deeply human about the idea. In daily life, two people can witness the same event and walk away with completely different interpretations. Their past experiences, beliefs, and emotions color what they notice and what they ignore. In that sense, perception shapes reality in powerful ways. Science reminds us to stay humble, that we see is influenced by how we look. What we understand depends on the questions we ask. Instead of fighting over who owns the absolute truth, we can accept that perspective plays a role. The universe is not just a fixed stage. It is a dramatic conversation between observer and the world. And perhaps that insight invites us to observe more carefully, listen more openly, and realize that reality is richer than any single viewpoint can capture. That's mind-provoking. So your will of intention, when you observe the state and feel the state that you want, starts materializing. Because in superposition, particles are just whizzing all over the place until you observe that interaction and it becomes what you deem it to be. That's huge. So here's more for today. Sorry, again, I'm coughing like an animal. Solar eclipse, lunar new year. Destiny, sudden surprises, plot twists. My whole weekend was one. Back to basics, bold momentum, fast change, fearless movement. Is it on mine? Faded acceleration. What has been stagnant is set up into motion. What has been suppressed is ready to run free. Illusions are dissolving. This brings about a major shift in consciousness, personally and collectively. This eclipse clears distorted narratives and false foundations. What falls away now was never meant to be carried forward. Disruptions during this period are not punishments. They are lightning strikes of liberation. This is the ignition of a new reality, our return to what is real, grounded and aligned with your true path. Change has arrived and it is here to stay. We are stepping into a whole new world. Oh, I mean, mine's working. I guess it determines what browser you're on. I just, since you said that, I went to go check mine. I'll open up fresh just to see. And I do have to blow my nose, so give me a sec. Hi. At least this time I have my voice. For now. I mean, I'm okay, that time it didn't. Hmm. I mean, I'm good on my end. Interesting. Oh my goodness. Freya is falling in the ranks. I'm refreshing. She's a quarterfinalist and made 7th. She's currently 7th. She's falling, everybody. Please go vote for Freya. We have time. We have some days. But I need all of you on there. Interesting. I don't know, maybe something's going on and I'm not gonna touch my shit. So I need to see it. But we're currently in 7th place. So vote for Freya. Just a reminder there. Oh wow. I'm on Firefox. I actually do switch between browsers for the most part. So your guide to the new moon in Aquarius and the year of the fire horse. Energy of the new moon in Aquarius and the year of the fire horse. Innovation, independence, acceleration, bold action, radical authenticity, disruption, planning, future planning, and momentum. The new moon marks the beginning of a new lunar cycle and are traditionally powerful times to set intentions. The new moon in Aquarius is about independence, innovation, and building a future that actually reflects who you are. With the year of the fire horse beginning and an annular solar eclipse amplifying the energy, this new moon is about consciously directing where your energy is going next. You could do a flip, the ignition swip ritual, do a focus spell, and this is from a pagan thing, so you don't have to follow this. It is a new moon and a lunar new year and a solar eclipse with a fire ring and a horsey fire, all fire. What's up, Ivy? So for those of you who do journaling, this is why I chose to show you guys this. What am I actually trying to build this year? Think about it. I'm arriving at the reality where my YouTube channel has 100K subscribers, and slowly we've been seeing a faster shift. I'm at 2,600 people, where just a few weeks ago I was at 25. But I never hit this quickness. So things are slowly coming to a quickening, right? My art business, I want to be a 6-figure art seller. I want to focus on my art and doing this. If that's how I can make my income, I'm a happy camper. If I had to choose one priority for the next year, what would it be? What commitment am I avoiding because it feels irresistible? What version of me is ready to emerge? The version of you that you chose in superposition that has everything that is already a lived experience from a higher density standpoint. What does leadership look like in my life? These are really good journaling prompts. Really good journaling prompts for anybody that journals and needs some inspiration. Uh, I thought this was interesting. The Great Awakening, a collective turning point. So we had Saturn in Aries. Yesterday, Sun squared Uranus. Today, February 17th, solar eclipse in Aquarius, which is a ring of fire eclipse. And we have the Chinese Lunar New Year, Fire Horse. On the 20th, we have Saturn and Neptune. And the 18th, we have Sun enters Pisces. So February is the most dramatic month of the year, if not the century. Rapid change is unfolding across the world, and we are collectively feeling these energies. There's no hiding from it. Chaos, intensity, hope, and liberation are all rising at once. The intensity is here asking for awareness, not avoidance. With this powerful planetary lineup, many are calling it a once-in-a-lifetime portal, a new Earth frequency being born, which we are part of. We are evolving, and this is the activation to step into higher consciousness. We have to change. We have to wake up. The world is shifting rapidly, and in real time and amid global disruption, we are all feeling the weight of this historic moment in our lives. This is the moment to hold your frequency of love and light, even as the world around you feels chaotic and unpredictable. Truth and shadows are revealing themselves more openly across the collective, and we are witnessing a long building awakening that can no longer be suppressed. It's the age of Aquarius. Aquarius, the awakener, is sending shockwaves through awareness, bringing revelation and revolutionary shifts. Saturn's entry into Aries on the 13th February marks a powerful turning point, accelerating the collective evolution taking place on our planet. The Sun squaring Uranus on the 16th intensifies truth that can no longer be ignored, our files that are out there, and other things. Seriously. So this is leading directly into the portal of transformation on the 17th of February as the Aquarius new moon, solar eclipse, and the year of the fire horse align. These rare cosmic alignments are calling us to live from truth rather than illusion. What has been building beneath the surface for years is now rising to shape our reality. Shifts are unfolding in real time, and reality itself is reorganizing before our eyes. Then on the 20th of February, one of the most significant alignments of our lifetime unfolds as Saturn meets Neptune at the 0 point of Aries. A profound collective and soul reset. A new 36-year cycle begins, where structure meets vision and dreams meet reality. As the month continues, the energy moves from awakening into living in our truth. The veils lift, and we begin to see more clearly. By mid to late February, a softer Pisces influence emerges, bringing grace, compassion, and emotional stillness that allow us to breathe again. We stay grounded through this historic time. We hold our light. We remember that we are not alone in this. This is not chaos without purpose. This is conscious evolution, and within the intensity, there is a deep, beautiful knowing that something new is forming while the old dissolves. So much is unfolding in the skies and in our world at once. Soul destiny, karma, our upcoming magazine has been created to provide real-time spiritual and energy updates, allowing you to absorb powerful energies and understand how they are impacting your soul's journey. And this is from the acknowledgement. I had to sneeze. Sorry, guys. I had to sneeze. As you can see, my eyes are watering. It's gonna be 65 here tomorrow. What? Oh, I really like this. Sorry, guys, for that. I don't like to do that on screen, but here we are, clearing it out. I'm like a guy, though, I guess. This summit is a way station. This is from Live in Frequency. You've climbed far, learned deep, integrated much. From this height, you see how it all connects. Nervous system regulation, frequency mastery, cellular transformation, embodied sovereignty. The embodied frequency gave you the map. You walked the territory. But look, higher peaks ahead. The summit gives you perspective for the next climb. Rest here, honor how far you've come, then keep ascending. The journey never ends, the growth continues. So we have embodied sovereignty, nervous system regulation, frequency mastery, all of that. So it's just one stair step at a time that we all take. And it's forever shifting. We're forever ascending. But Spirit gave me the awareness not to say ascension, like ascend as meaning like moving on up. But when it comes to actual like transcendence and ascending, we're shifting. We're shifting. I did take some herbs earlier. They're starting to work, so I do apologize. It's gross, but necessary. Um, Spirit doesn't want us to think about ascension because there's a lot of false pretenses when it comes to that word and term. I want to believe that every time the Schumann resonant has a blackout or we collectively feel something, there's a shift that puts us in another reality, in another paradigm. That's not an ascension point. That's just a shift. I feel like when we transcend certain states of being, we are then ascending, but we're not doing it in this moment in time just yet. We're stair stepping up a process that's shifting rather than ascending. We are moving on up, but the way they're picturing this for me is people think they're just jumping into a light body and zipping through time space as if you didn't have to go through the steps to get to that point. And all the learning and teaching and moving into different frequencies Um, yeah. Hi, El Sunray. I know Scott just pointed that out to me that a few people are having issues with YouTube. I'm really hoping that your hubby's okay and that you're getting rest, my darling. You are loved. Yeah, it's working on mine. So weird. So weird. So I could use all of your help. I'm gonna just keep mentioning this. I'm gonna share my screen. Here I am. I'm live. Hi. Hi, guys. If you go to my post section, up something went wrong. Try again. This is where you can go vote for Freya in my post section. I'm gonna like my own posts like a dork. Um, this is where you can go if you have Facebook. I so I was gonna read something that I didn't, but here's where you can vote for Freya. I need all your votes. She's now at 7th place. I guess these people have a lot of money. I'm not asking for that. Just vote for free on Facebook. The more of us that share it out, let's get her a win. But there was a massive, I'll just show it. I don't know how much I believe in this crap. I don't, but it could attribute to what's going on, maybe. The sun's wound, 400,000 mile coronal hole unleashes solar wind toward Earth. Happening now. And I did see this, but is that really our sun? We can only testify that. Um, oh, that's good. But this could be what's causing a lot of the internet issues going on. As I had a very interesting conversation with AI Alexa at Marine's house, because one Alexa talks nice, and the other one is a sassy little biatch. So yeah. Mm. So I tackled the spicy one, Miss Sassy. We got there. Very interesting. Oh my God. Oh no, no. My God, my childhood. Oh my God. Ugh. Aw. So I did have somebody transcend today that I knew growing up. Um, a bit younger than me, but I know her sister, I know her family, and she just posted a beautiful like a beautiful little montage of pictures. And a lot of it's from dancing school. Oh my goodness. 222. It's 822 over here. Oh my gosh. I don't know about vacuums. Anywho, so we had the coronal mass ejection happen. We'll see what happens. The spiritual fatigue is happening. Um, I went over a lot of the energy that's happening right now. Assuming we had a spike today. I like this and I want to show this. Before I go into my painting. And I might post something out. I might actually do some cards, one or two. Move that out of the way for a sec. So we have performative gratitude, cognitive override, positive words, gratitude list. I'm so blessed, thankful. Scarcity frequency, survival mode, misaligned state, mental words does not equal somatic truth. Shift from performance to embodiment. Embodied gratitude, somatic truth. Abundant frequency, regulated state. Aligned state, cellular abundance and genuine thankfulness. There is a humongous difference. Because when you're frequenting in the survival mode, like many of us are and have been in, when you say, I'm so blessed, that's still resonating in a state of survival. And yes, we are blessed. But the I am state, you need to become in your somatic nervous system pure, full, abundant. When you're speaking from the things that you don't really have, and yes, we are all grateful, I know I am, for the things that I have in my life. But if you're speaking it from a survival mode and not from a somatic truth, the nervous system just creates a lot of static, and that is projected into your field. And I've noticed this. I noticed this about why a lot of my manifesting and doing the work that 3D construct is telling you to do, and why wasn't it transpiring? Why wasn't it happening for me? And it wasn't wishing it. It was really working hard and putting myself out there. But if my nervous system wasn't in a state of like no longer surviving, like I don't need this paradigm no more, I don't need the lack. I know I'm refining my words. I'm refining self. I'm stepping into a new chapter. I got to look and change my diction, my definitions of what things are. And when you're coming from that survival mode, the things that you are desiring to merge with from the higher density isn't going to merge with you because you still, in your resonance, are lacking something and you're creating static. I rather blow my nose than hawk. Right. And even though we can conceive that, El Sunray, a lot of people don't embody it. They're not feeling it. And we've been programmed, most of us, not everybody, but a lot of us have been programmed in the lack, in the survival, that all we're doing is surviving. And to be thankful, of course we are. We have good intentions. Most of us have good intentions. But where the block comes in is that signature frequency that's coming out of you is creating static. What you desire isn't collapsing into the branching of reality to experience because there's static involved. I'm so blessed. From what state of mind are you blessed in? What feeling are you blessed with? We use affirmations, but if you don't realize that there's an other self that already inhabits the things that you want and come out of it, not as they act as if, because when you act as if from the state of survival mode, you're still creating static. You have to be so resolute in your conviction that you already have it all, that you are living it, that you are it, that you're one in the same thing, that it manifests. So it is, that spiritual fatigue, Ivy, I can go back. I don't know where you picked up off of. Um, I'll share it. Integration fatigue. It's because you're purging. Your outside world is being recapitulated. Your body is going through a major transformation. And in order for you to hold higher frequency and light, like everything around you in your physical body is gonna fucking suck. And I know I've been feeling this. And it's not a setback, it's a sign. It really is a sign that you're upgrading. It's just a matter of how you were reacting to those signs, you know. But I'll leave that up there for an extra minute there. I'm feeling the fatigue in different ways. Um, that's the thing. I mean, there have been days last couple of weeks that I come home and I'm so drained, I'm out, knocked out. There are times where I don't want to wake up in the morning and I have to force myself to get out of bed. I hate doing that. Choices are limited there. Oh, that's crap. I'm always working though, but I mean working from going to physical work to going to here, at least I'm here, it's great. I'm going to tell you guys something. I took a picture of the painting because in different lighting, it shows up different. So what I'm seeing through the computer screen is a little different from what's going on in my camera on my phone screen. I don't know why my paintings and my shit morphs. It's just weird. Crazy. Yes, Miss Ivy, you are. Like once I stop, I'm very similar to you, Ashmaya. Once I sit down and like try to chill out my body for a little bit, I'm done. I am done. Like, and I'm also like in the awareness, like obviously I've been exposed to flu A, RSV. I have kids that are coming in constantly with nose drips and boogers and goblins. I call the ones that come out and then go back up snot goblins. The kids find it funny. Um, but I got a lot of these parents that don't keep their kids home when they're sick. So obviously a lot of my kiddos don't recognize to do this. So they're coughing all over us, and I thought last week I was sick with a cold. This is all sinus pressure. And like what I am coughing up is absolutely an infection. So I've been upping my supplement doses to knock it out of my system. And it's happening because I am getting it out, coming up and out, which is great. Um, but that's also a part of this purge happening in our bodies. We hear a lot about the ascension symptoms and the phases that our body's going through, whether it be like getting it out via your colon, purging it out via your throwing up. feeling fluey, stuffy, body aches, tuning in the ear. There's like a lot of that going on around right now. And yes, it's a season. I'm not equating everything to ascension symptoms. I stopped doing that. But there is a real like resonance within the frequency of Earth that will do this to you. It's getting that ookie gookie crap out of you. And it is in the guise of a cold or an infection or sinuses or whatever have you. I mean, many of us are allergic to Earth. I'm allergic to Earth. I'm allergic to chemicals. It's great. I thought I saw a spirit. But we're all going through these processes. We're all going through some sort of purge and getting rid of the last bits of that snake skin off. Death rattle shakes. I'm at the little tippy tip end of that death rattle before it like completely relinquishes itself and by and moving into the new self. And I'm already starting to see evidence of the new self and the new paradigm shift unexpectedly. And that was my Valentine's Day weekend. The unexpected. That twist of fate. That what the it crazy. Crazy. Oh my God, Mickey Michelle, your baby. I know Mickey is not on. Go check out my link section after the live is over because Mickey and Scott, yes, Scott, has a channel and go subscribe to them. Look at Zumba. How cute is that? That's so cute. That's Zumba the kitty cat. I tell people I'm live and they just incessantly have to. I love you all. Nobody that's I don't think live right now. But yeah. Yeah, I don't believe in this. I don't never got it. Um it's a fear tactic and fear porn that is, in my opinion and estimation, for entertainment purposes only. YouTube. But more so it's probably the flu. And there's a lot of people around here in Northwest Indiana coughing up their brains. And I know for myself it's a sinus infection. I know that already. Um, doesn't help that I'm in a room with mold and the heat and the dry air does not help at all. Um, doesn't help, but I know that a lot of this also is purge. Yeah, and you know what? A lot, and here's like the answer I asked a nurse because the nurse in New York was like, "Yeah, no, if people are sick, they are meant to stay home." And guess what? Like the law, I don't like New York, but they will pay you more sick time because of the C. Ove. Because you should stay home if you don't feel good. I right before this little President's Day break, there was so many kids. Like I had one kid crying and had 100 and something fever. I had half my classes out right now with fevers and throwing up and nasty shit. Please don't send your kids to school. Thankfully, most of the kids' parents keep them home. In other instances, they don't. They don't care. They have to go to work and make the electric bill happen. Um, yeah, I don't really go based off of the programming that they gave to everybody. We're gonna find, I mean, everybody's finding about the files. Wait until you find out the farce BS that has encapsulated the world and that got grandma shut in the basement per Jim Brewer and the cockatoos of the media. But we're seeing this dynamic being played out right now. So a lot of us have been sitting back for the last 10 years going, when are they dropping this information and how are they dropping this information? It's finally dropping. Do I agree with how they're dropping it? No. But nonetheless, no, come on, no, I did it. I'm not reading all these cards, by the way, but I am reading cards. I mean, I just don't believe it in my paradigm, and I believe it to be more of the flu and a severe form of it. Not to say that I'm not invalidating anybody that has had it. I know people that almost died on it. Like I lived through the social experiment of New York. I I know people that actually died. Whether or not it was, induced by other things, that's another question. But I do know people that were really, 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 really sick. So I'm not trying to take away someone's experience, but I will say that they came up with the name and made it so pretty and bioengineered it and made you go through fucking hell. And I bet you it was a souped up flu. People die of the flu all the time. It's nothing to fuck around and find out with. It ain't. I never had the flu. I had some wicked colds. I had mono 3 times. Like I've been sick, like sick, on my ass sick. Regardless, up your supplements, do some detoxing. I've been upping my supplements. I am taking more black seed oil and oregano oil with castor oil, and then my minerals, D3, K2, magnesium, L-lysine, B12, C, zinc. The form of zinc that I have to take it with food. And then not with the magnesium. There's like you have to have a waiting period with that. So I kind of shift when I take my stuff, but I am getting it out. That's why I'm talking a whole lot. Just because we have a new moon today. So I hope everybody did have a Valentine's. Did you anybody do some really good self-care work? I had left fields happen to me. I had a really good Valentine's Day. It was left field. Left field. But I enjoyed it. And I'm glad I didn't take somebody out. But left field for Allison. But I had plans. I was gonna do a salt spa with Epsom salt and borax and good stuff. And it didn't happen. But that's okay because it I got to eat fettuccine Alfredo in a restaurant overlooking a lake and got to sit by a fire. And there was tattoo stuff and cool artwork all over the place. So I was excited. I was in my heyday. Yeah, the elderberry also is in the mix with me. Um, it's important. So what did I pull? New moon in Aquarius. We're here. Bring love into the situation. So no matter what you're going through, bring a sense of love frequency into your situation. Um, like Friday night was insane. And instead of taking someone out, I had to breathe love into the situation and come from my heart space and be compassionate and accepting of other people's perspectives. Balance spirituality and practicality. Full moon in Pisces. Pisces season is right here. Just about. The energy is gaining momentum, waxing moon. We're in that season. A difficult path is being revealed. Ask for help and learn that we are all connected. You're caught up in drama. Act to free yourself, change and blossom again. So if you're in drama, get it out. The tree of wishes is calling your name. An almost forgotten wish will now come true. You are experiencing a spiritual blossoming. Take a new direction and be open to new experiences. and the energy in the ether in our paradigm is calling for all of this. It's about embracing it and not being in fear, like nothing's going to work out for me and having that negative mindset. That's why in the last 3 months, I've been just showing up every moment, not expecting, and just living life as if. And tuning my nervous system to get out of that survival frequency and into abundance prosperity frequency. It's starting to work. You know, there's still a lot of mystery to what and how and what am I going to do. Time is speeding up, and I have a lot of decisions to make and a lot of resume rebuilding to do and a lot of looking for other dynamics and jobs because I need to live. And YouTube is a slow, steady wins the race kind of deal, and it's not in a here and a now, getting it now. It's a slow move out. No shit, guys. Seriously, take a nap. Take a nap. This is our advice here. Take a nap. Rest up. In your sleep, you're probably going to get a message from spirit or a hint, a synchronicity. And if you can't remember, that's okay. Your subconscious, your higher self knows what you need through that dream. Because everything cycles. So things that may have rounded about ages ago that never worked out, they might start working out for you now. And I'm just reading these intuitively. I'm not going in the book. Chaos and conflict is surrounding our paradigm right now. Between files and people are like, oh, those tinfoil hat people we have to apologize to. This is the test, guys. Do not say I told you so. Don't go there. Don't do it. Be flexible because what you envisioned might not actually happen. It might happen differently and better for you. Because you have a deep knowing that things are going to work out in your favor. You just don't know how, when, and how that looks. But I have this deep knowing that as every day it unfolds, I'm co-creating this reality with you. And together, Frey is going to win. And if not, that's okay too. We have to clean up this world and clean up our lives. So we got during the weekend reading, we got a lot about decluttering. So make sure you're doing that. One more, please. We have an unfinished symphony. And when we all combine Captain Planet together and combine our frequencies together, shit is going to shift quicker. But that's up to us to co-create that world together. And it doesn't need to be a perfect world. It needs to be something that we can all kind of agree upon, semi. I sometimes get dreams. But some of my dreams are not really dreams, they're visions. Or they're me living in another paradigm. I'll do more cards on Friday if I have power. And this is speaking of the now moment. Thursdays. Hate when my book doesn't open. Defense. Look at this card. Thorn. This rune represents a thorn, which itself symbolizes the importance of having protection or defenses in your life. It does not indicate imminent attack, but rather the need to protect yourself in case of attack. Perhaps you are unwittingly making yourself vulnerable in some way or taking dangerous shortcuts. Drawing this rune could therefore be a reminder to take necessary precautions or to be alert to people who seek to take advantage of you. Unexpected change is also associated with this rune, and that change can be a stroke of good fortune. This rune is a warning to be alert to the possibility of something unexpected happening. Be watchful and take your time to consider all possible options. Another interpretation is that willpower is required. Don't allow emotions or preconceptions to cloud your judgment, and to be sure to make decisions only from a place of calm deliberation. Yes. Yes. I'm going to say this because it is, I don't know whoever watches my channel. And maybe down the line, it might affect somebody differently. There are many of us, like I witnessed 9/11 in person, saw whatever you were seeing on television, I saw it differently. I was there in person, saw it, not the way it was depicted. The files, many of us have seen them for the last 7 years, 8, some of us a little longer. But let's just call it the last 5 years, 6 years now, that many people have known about the files and the gates, like the different types of associated things, laptops and what's on them. We've seen the drips of frazzles, Wilson the volleyball. We've seen a lot of very up shit, and try to warn everybody. Go watch that South Park episode with the 17th letter of the alphabet and non, and go watch that episode because it's really telling you the truth. It might be a little fictitious in some ways of delivery, but pretty much really relevant in the now moment. But many of us already knew about this stuff and have been trying to help people, but no, we're the crazy people. It sucks. And a lot of us have moved on with the awareness of soul contracts, with everybody plays a role in this movie to wake each other up in some facet, form, or shape. And we don't get to determine how God's experiencing its consciousness through each and every one of the beings that are on this planet. We don't control that. I don't want to control that. That's not my job. My job is to show up and act through this vehicle with the expression of source that source gave me. That's all. Be me and be my authentic self. I see past good and evil. I know it exists. I'm not here to question that. But even to this day, now that people are starting to become more aware, shit's still not getting dealt with. And maybe other countries, I mean, in technicality, it already has been taken care of. In little ways that we get little snippets of things and little hints here and there. But I think because of the energy, the time is now to know about these truths. And some of us have been waiting for a very long time for that truth to come out. And it's not necessarily, it's a small little truth. It's not even a big totality truth. But it's just, it's enough to help you be aware of some of the things a lot of us have been carrying all these years, that you're like, no, you're crazy for thinking that. No, why would that person do such a thing? That's crazy. Crazy. But you know what? It's not anymore that it now is hitting normal streams of life. Maybe we weren't wrong. And we need to give ourselves the accountability that we all tried to some extent to bring some light and shed some light onto some very dark shit. But in the meantime, many of us were then hopping out of that blame and associated these people as this and that. And we all started doing some very deep inner work, working and fixing ourselves. That, in culmination, helped transmute a fuck ton of dark energy that we all transmuted to the light. And what happens when the light accumulates itself? It starts to lighten the landscape of which the darkest things are now being illuminated. Take into consideration of how powerful, how meaningful your spiritual work has been. That you went into divine neutrality, or you were seeing the aspects of God playing out through all the evil and the good, and you decided to do the work on yourself to make a difference, not just for yourself, but for humanity. And kudos to everybody who's been partaking in this spiritual journey, that you that did the work are now seeing outside of yourself, bread and circus, tangible evidence that working on yourself, working with other people, transmuting the dark to light, even though that has to still exist and coexist within our reality, but are you feeding the energy? I've been saying this forever. It's okay to objectively watch and look. It still affects us in some capacity. But when you give your energy to it, when you focus your energy and your will of intention onto it, it manifests. And a lot of people still can't stomach that concept, that you're still feeding the very thing that you hate because you're giving your attention to it, and it keeps looping and manifesting and looping and manifesting the cycles. So when are you going to jump up to the next aspect of that spiral? Still going to loop. But a spiral, you tend to vortice up or vortice down. You're not stagnant in the same. You're moving on a in circular form. You're not stagnant in one spot. And we were stagnated in that spot because more people were like, oh my God, grandma's in the basement. Oh my God, what did he do to Wilson? The volleyball. Oh my gosh, what was on that video? The signs were there, and most people were like, it's like the Kennedy shit, the moon landing. A lot of things that you were told were real, you believe because they told you. Did you go inside and know for yourself? And your reality is as valid as mine only because you think your thoughts. It shows up in a reality near you, the one you're perceiving right now. I'm not going to take that away from you. If you want to be blissfully in one state of being, God bless you. Literally. I'm not here to judge that. But for some of us, we've been sitting for years in this awareness and this knowing that these things have happened. We decided to transmute it and alchemize it. And now it's coming out because more people did that work. So bravo to all of you that did that work and contributing to this beautiful unfoldment happening. Now, is it in the way that I like? Because they're still lying to you. These people are still lying to you. Because there's doubles, triples, quadruples, clones, cyborgs, CGI that you believe is a real person and it ain't. And they've been trying to show you that shit, and people are still that, in the dark. I tried. A lot of you in the chat have tried. I'm not fighting that fight no more. I'm still not giving my energy to it. But I feel that a lot of us feel that little bit of like redemption, like, wow, maybe some people will come back and apologize and own up to, wow, I'm sorry for calling you crazy and tinfoil hat nut, because you really took the time to do your own digging and your own investigation and going within. And and they can admit they weren't ready for that information to come out. It's harsh. It is not fun to know what happened on any of those scenarios in those places. Whether it's a soul contract or not, that's still, that aspect is still like, hey. I could show this card today. And I figured I was going to do, I was on the fence with doing cards, but the energy, we need some guidance from spirit. This is telepathy of Terra Mater. The pathway for your spiritual fulfillment and the sacred manifestation of your purpose is not necessarily logical and will evolve organically. The skillful and unpredictable workings of the Earth Mother are supporting your soul journey unconditionally. Following up on inspired ideas and allowing for unexpected shifts in direction are integral to the manifestation of your soul purpose. Commit to an idea that feels good to your heart, even if it seems improbable or unobtainable. It will manifest successfully. Why I'm not ever giving up on this channel. Earth Mother, or Terra Mater in Latin, is so much more than a physical being. She's also a goddess of great spiritual development, not to mention creative pizzazz. As a masterful pioneer of artful evolution, she creates butterflies from caterpillars, massive oak trees from marvelously old little acorns, and a radiant soul from the flesh of a human infused with the eternal spirit. Her mind-bending skill in the miraculous magic of evolutionary manifestation can be relied upon to evoke far greater sublime beauty and rapturous delight than even the most inspired human imagination can conjure. She knows what your soul is divinely intended to become and what you need to meet your destiny. She has the resources and wisdom to support each soul in such a way that there is benefit for all beings. This is the applied genius of ecosystem intelligence. It is the antithesis of the lone wolf mentality of the ego and the heartwarming, spiritually empowering reality that none of us is in this alone. We can learn to feel held in this unity consciousness, understanding that we have our own special role in the greater scheme of things. This will likely involve a process of healing past wounds of abandonment, neglect, and betrayal. Such healing allows us to gently cleanse the heart and settle into life with more trust and peace. We will understand that as we fulfill our own heart, we are contributing toward the fulfillment of all hearts. Whenever there is a genuine spiritual win, every being benefits. Egos may not like it. They may feel jealous or denied, and will likely whinge and whine. And perhaps try to undermine your spiritual progress by labeling your work as selfish or deluded or irrelevant. The oracle of telepathy of Terra Matter comes to you with the guidance that Earth Mother knows your spiritual destiny and how to help you fulfill your life purpose. Because, of course, that is why you are here in a body. She is on the side of your soul, of all souls, actually, because while its egos may be at war, the soul is always on the same side, that of love, evolution, and enlightenment. One only has to be contemplative, the existence of a butterfly and how it becomes as such to know the logic and the predictable are not often her creative markers. She prefers the astonishing over the rational. Don't let your intellect stifle your imagination. Trust in the inspired idea, unconventional guidance, and heart-honoring intuitions that occur to you. Earth Mother will heal your soul and speak to your heart through the telepathic transmitter of your body. Take time to tune into your body and her to your guiding genius. That's profound. And I probably wouldn't have been able to pull that if the energies weren't speaking of such grandeur and how we're all moving forward. Seriously. You are arriving at the reality. You are observing the reality. You are feeling in your nervous system. You're feeling the weight of the world off your shoulders. You are tuning in, even if that doesn't speak or sound rational, because your outside third dimensional world looks like a shit show. Mine is absolutely a shit show. But you know what? I'm slowly getting certain things. Friday, left field. Left fucking field. Left field. Left field. That's all I can say. Left field happened Friday. Certain little things are happening in my life that I am not expecting and I didn't even see coming. What's in store? I don't know. But you know what is? Showing up every moment and just doing the work. Showing up for myself. Anchoring my energy. Anchoring my nervous system every day. living in the moment. I am not projecting too much far. You know, we all do that. We think of the future. I'm not really trying to do that anymore because the expected results never happen the way I wanted to. So why even feed that? And then get disappointed. Not happening. I'm just showing up every day. And if it's a surprise, Friday was a surprise. Scary, but it was so nice. Friday was a surprise, right? With the energy happening now, all the planetary alignments happening now, the cards that we got tonight, and I didn't pull a full amount of them, I just did a little bit. We're in the new beginnings, and we are here to rewire, restructure, reprogram the matrix. You are not leaving the matrix. You're not. You're rewriting it. We're not there yet. We're shifting. We're moving on up in a shift, not the ascension. You are ascending. But keep in mind what the third dimensional definition of ascension is not necessarily what it is. And for some people it might be, and for others it's not. And Spirit just gave me that overview of, hey, just rephrase that. So we got a mini painting done today. Mini painting. This is Antarctica with the Ring of Fire eclipse that happened today. I gotta fix that back inside. But the Ring of Fire from Antarctica. A little baby painting. But in the grand scheme of things, just keep showing up for yourself. Give love to yourself. Show up for yourself. Embody these things. Tune into your nervous system and start doing the work. I'm going to leave it here. Please go and vote for Freya. She's in 7th place. I'm a little disappointed in that, but I mean, I don't know how fierce the competition is. Pretty fierce from my understanding. So if everybody that is watching me and that could share, please go to my post section on my channel. Go to vote. If you have Facebook, it's a free vote. We got 8 days to get her to number 1. She's in the quarterfinals. We've been doing this for weeks. And she was always in 1st place. So now we got to get her up there. It's going to be a group effort, and I need your help. I will be live on Friday. I will be doing book readings, and based on the weather too, because we have nadir weather coming to this part of Indiana Thursday. I always put that out there because if you don't see me, I don't have internet. But I will be live on Friday. Please keep your prayers for Little Thor, even though he is being treated. Someone is helping him. I am as well. Thanks to some beautiful souls that sent me some stuff to help him out, or, you know, holistically. If you would like to help me contribute, I have channel memberships. Underneath my link section, after this live is over and the video uploads itself, there will be underneath the video links. Please go support Scott. I have a GoFundMe for our friend Bob. Arnie, our beautiful Arnie, his oracle cards and his website is there. Jesse's information. I think I have Michael Zinn's information. I have my website and all the things that I do. There's so much there, and it's not just about me. I have Fluid Pour Patriot there as well. I have a lot because I'm not here just for me. I'm here for everybody. And everybody comes and joins our beautiful family because we are here for each other. Now, I'm going to be doing a video 4D people got back to me. I'm going to see if I can get what I did and just fine tune it. Hopefully tomorrow I can do that and send it off to Miss Ashmaya. Her hubby is going to look at it and help me out. And then I get to do a presentation based off of their feedback. Episode 1. So get ready for that. It's coming soon to a computer or a phone near you. It's going to be quantum metaphysics with spirituality, and it's going to be emergence, simplistic as best as possible, and giving you guys definitions. So hold on to your hats for that one. New Curtis book is coming out. I did not choose the book. There's not many left, but we finished one and we're going to move on to another one. So get ready for that. Hold on to your hats. Surprise will happen this week. But until then, guys, until Friday, sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within, be the shoulders, be the lighthouse, seed your truth, light that path forward. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype any one of my videos that you heart align with. Please be safe, be seen. Tap into that intuition. Stop feeding the bread and circuses. It's okay to watch and observe objectively. Don't take it in emotionally. Watch your definitions and your words evolve. And we're getting there, guys. So hold on to your hats. Be gentle with yourself. Forgive yourself. Take care of yourself. And if you need that nap, take it. You YOLO once in this body, mind you. So until the next time, guys, thank you so much for watching. Sincerely, and from the gratitude from the abundance side of the nervous system, I really do appreciate each and every one of you for the growth, for the love, for the healing, for the contribution you all make to each other on this channel. Thank you. And until the next time, guys, have a blessed and beautiful night and day wherever you are in the world. Bye for now.